Are we ready? I know I am. So, whether or not you are, it's time for another episode of the... Oh. Wait a second. Wait. Wait just a second. Hello. Indie Tales Game Dev Livestream. Hey, my name is Adam. One sec. Hang on. Seeing behind the curtain here. Okay. All right. Hey, I'm Adam. You are the Pixel Pals. I've already said the name of the show, so without further ado, it's time to go. Welcome everyone to the Monday edition of the stream. Today, we're going to be working on more scene map. Scuff Tales. I've been spending a lot of time working on scene map over the weekend. Made a lot of progress. I don't even know what you guys last saw. Yeah, it's fun. I've been sleeping well. I've been having a good day today. Hopefully you're all having a good day. I want to say a big welcome to everybody who's here in chat already. Lots of smiling names. Big thanks to Alex C _RL for the most recent follow, and Jolly Girl for the most recent subscription. Welcome. I want to say a big thank you also to anyone watching on YouTube and in the VOD. And yeah, we just had a rollout of an emergency messaging system in Australia at 2 p.m. like 10 minutes ago that echoed throughout the entire nation. Everyone's phone got a little beep beep message. My family were convinced that it was going to send out harmful electromagnetic radio waves and reprogram their brain. That's the kind of family I have. So, you know, we were having a lot of fun arguing back and forth about the possibilities of EM frequencies. But yes, now we move on back to the land of sanity, back to game dev, where everything we do makes sense and nobody's brain hurts. Okay, so allow me to demo what we're working on. Oh, that's right. I streamed yesterday. The documentary, The Kingsman, exactly. I streamed yesterday and I was doing a lot of work yesterday. So let me show you where we're at, okay? So this is scene map right now, okay? This is the current state. For those of you who haven't been watching since Friday, you're in for a real treat. Okay, so this is scene map. You can drag nodes into the scene, into the graph. The nodes can be connected to go between levels. Hooray. You can now select multiple and delete multiple. You previously couldn't delete or select that way. You'd have to like re-drag from the port to nowhere. Whereas now they're like selectable things. So they're actually like, you know, whatever. You can, of course, make a group, and that group can be given ordered status, right? So ordered groups now have this like passive property where you can go on next level or like on level complete, and that will go to the next one and the next one, and we're going to rearrange those, right? Pretty good. You can take things out, you can stack them, you can do whatever you want. Okay, the next thing you can do is you can take this thing here, this event connection, and you can drag it to another node. And when you let go, you get on event. And when you click that, you get this little thing. And you can say, well, this is going to be like on timeout. We're going to go to this level. Maybe we can say, oh, well, on restart, we're going to go to this level. And I can select multiple of these too. And I can say, well, actually, I want both of these to go back and forth on timeout. And so we have this running list of all of the tags that we use in our events. So I can say, okay, maybe I want to go from this to this. And this is going to be on timeout too. But actually on this one, I want to go on restart back to this one. So this guy could say on restart. So there you go. You can also select multiple, like I said, you can do this. So, okay, that's how that works. And then you can delete that. Yeah. Where is this stored? In a level? No, it's stored in a graph. So there is an object called a scene map. It's a scriptable object. And then you can take that scene map and then just load it up. I mean, you not even load it up. You just have it in your scene or wherever in some sort of singleton, and you just reference it. You say, hey, I'm in this level scene map. Which nodes are connected to this map and via what connections? Or like from this, I want to call this event. Give me the scene that's on the other side of this event, and then I'll load the scene on the other side of the event. So, yeah. So I'm really happy with how this works. Feeling very confident. I love the UX of dragging these nodes. I love the highlight as you hover over a valid node to drop. I love the way this works. We got this working, so I can, rather than it crossing over like that, if I bring something from one back to the other, they evenly space, and they evenly spaced irrespective of which direction they're traveling. So they actually, this guy, even though he belongs to this node, is spacing evenly with this guy and this guy, even though they're coming from this node. So lots of power there. There's a little bit of some funky stuff we could maybe solve, but I don't know how we would do it here. But yeah, it's behaving very well. Also, they like stagger, so the event labels don't like cross over ever. You can always read the event label no matter what. Is the idea that this will auto connect based on existing Unity project? When you say auto connect, this is the connection. So like when you have like a door in your level, the door shows up here, and then you just drag it to where you want the door to go to, right? So this door goes to that door, and that just works. You will just say, when you go through any door, go to the linked scene into the linked door, and then it just goes to there. You don't have to touch any code after that. You just set up your door prefabs, and then you come here and you link them up. There's nothing else to do at that point. So when you say auto connect, it's not for auto. I mean, without code, you will teleport there. That's right. Yeah, this is how my game is already set up. This is how my game works. Like I built Insignia on this. It's not just a view. It's literally the game. So, you know, when I go, oh, hello. That's a bit scary. Less than a gigabyte of storage left? What? Hang on. We might not be able to record after a little bit. 1 second. I was thinking about that recently. I was like, I wonder when I'm going to run out of storage from my VODs. Give me a sec, chat. I'm just going to make sure I actually have some. Whoa! Okay. Videos. Let me just take some of these big ones and move them to a different drive. Oops, we haven't done this since March. I was literally thinking about it yesterday. 1 sec, chat. Or I guess April. It might be actually this one. Oh, I actually have done it. Yeah, different drive. Okay. Okay, we're good. It's moving stuff. We will hopefully we won't run out of storage. Jesus. Thankfully, I don't think we're saving video faster than we are moving it. I don't think that we're recording at 100 megabytes a second. But we are moving at that speed. So we'll be fine. Whew. A typical live stream is, yeah, it can be like 5 gigs. Yeah, around that big. Usually I delete some of these. There'll be videos here that aren't actually streams. Like these ones. I usually watch them before I do that though, so I might just not do that yet. I might take this. Everything in May can go as well. Whew. It's actually made it slower. Oh well. So we should be able to save now. Thank goodness. So what I was trying to say before I was so rudely interrupted by hard drive space is, yeah, like I can literally just go to a level with this, right? There it is. And then there's like a door in this level, right? Somewhere. There. This door is this. So if I move the door, like all the way over here and press save, this will, if I refresh sometimes, it will work. Why not? Let me try that again. The one time you try to demo it. No? There it is. So like the door is over there, right? Like it's not that I didn't place this here where this happens to be. That's literally where it is. So it's reading the scene. It's not, yeah, it's not like you just make this thing. And this thing here, right? If I walk through this door, right? It goes here, which is here. But if I move this to over here and I walk through the door, now I go here. So it literally is the way that the game understands how to go places. It's not like a model of the game. It is the data that's driving which scenes get connected to what. YouTube does archive them. I wanted an offline version, and I've been doing this a lot since before I had a YouTube channel for this kind of stuff. So, yeah. Okay. I am going to sell it. Well, I haven't settled on a price just yet. What would you pay for it? So yeah, take this, we can create a group, we can organize the group, we can call the group like World 1, and then you can go World 1 Level 1, World 1 Level 2, and this here just lets you, it means you can just go between them by like go to next. Yeah, for sure. I think it's worth a little bit. At least. Okay. So I'm going to be working now on what's left. So I just added, I think that the system's really good for the event connections. I think we've like way buffed that feature to a ridiculous extent at this point. Like this is such a powerful little window for this. Like, let's just say I have a thing in the game called like on battle complete, or like, yeah, whatever. That on battle complete, if I wanted to do another one here, I can set this one to be on battle complete without having to retype it. And this kind of helps me keep the number of different kinds of event tags low, because I can always see which ones I've created. And if I'm trying to do something like, you know, I start typing like on battle, oh, okay, on battle complete, right? That's what I want. And then I just click it and it's there. What I don't have is a way of like renaming this, but yeah. I mean, you can obviously click both of these and then type like on battle complete, and now all of them are on battle complete. You just have to select them all. So yeah, I think it's pretty good. I think it's in a pretty good spot. The only other thing that I would need to do, also you can go to any level you want just by typing the name of it, if you know the name of it. These resolutions can be whatever you want them to be. I've got them set. I had them set a little bit lower, but you know, now that I'm updating them, you can get them a bit higher. You can basically do whatever you want, whatever makes sense for your game. And then you can use, I didn't even mention this. I am actually using the map in my game map. So in game, I have the same system driving the world map of my game. So if I'm over here, it's literally the game's, it's the same map as a world map. You can come in and you can see all of the different levels. That's where we are. Okay, so one of the, from like a top-down kind of perspective, I've done everything that I had on my like core to-do list for this week. It's now like finishing it. Hey, Maddie man, no news just yet, unfortunately. Yeah, I placed them the way they would be in the universe, exactly. So it's kind of like a Metroidvania style map. It's not a pure Metroidvania map. Like it's not like an actual grid of like Euclidean space. But, you know, if you're making a game in Unity, it's very unlikely that you will have that, right? Like you have scenes in your game. You don't necessarily have the levels that are right up against each other, because they're all just, you know, isolated assets essentially. You know, there's nothing really to the east or west of this. This is just like a level. So there you go. All right. Now, I don't just like mute my phone for a bit, man. My family's going off. So, what I'm trying to do today is make sure that the user experience actually sort of models for the user how it wants to be used. And I know that sounds a bit awkward. Like you might be asking what I even mean by that, but I'll sort of explain it. So when you load in for the first time, you have like an empty graph, right? It looks like this. you're going to grab some scenes and you're going to drop them in. In fact, we could just go to like, we could make a new one actually. So like, I could make a new scene map. Not here. Am I confused? Oh, it might be like Indie Tales scene map or something like that. Up on Hill scene map. Not here. I wonder why it's not here, because it is a scriptable object. Scene meta. Okay. I'll just copy one of these. Or maybe there's a way for me to, is there an option? Oh, new graph. There you go. Okay, so I make a new graph. And we're going to pop this in. Not just yet. Hang on, let me click one of these. And then we're in Scratchpad scene graph. I guess I've just put these in resources, but I don't want to drop it in the assets file. Where do I want to do this? I'm really just trying to give an example. So, okay, let's do it here. We'll pop it in resources. So, Insignia, assets, resources, demo graph. Okay, so I have demo graph, and you can see there's nothing here right now. It's just a big empty space. So, I would start dragging scenes in to this. And the next, I guess like the way that your brain kind of works when it comes to this kind of thing is like you're gonna try to figure out how it works based on what options you have available to you, right? So as you sort of come in here and you're like, okay, I've dropped in like 2 or 3 of these scenes. Now what? Well, at the start, you won't have these ports because you have to link up the door system to a prefab that has a link on it. So even just that, like the base like user experience is not this. It might not even be with the pictures. Like if you don't have a straightforward, like I might need to install this on a fresh project and see how it feels. Because we noticed with people who were like trying it out for the first time, they didn't have a really clear understanding of like what to do first. They were trying to like click and drag from this to do something, right? It's like, okay, I want to join my levels. Go. What do I do? Right? So like here, it's pretty straightforward because I can just do this, right? I can just click and drag things because I can see what I can click on. But before you even have these, what do you do? What's a little bit concerning for me right now is that this is actually really accessible. So if they find this, they might think that this is what you do with it. It's the easiest thing to do. So what do? You start making event connections. That's actually one of the least popular, I think, or like reasonable things you'd want to do with the graph is make a bunch of these event connections. They're really fun to make, but they're not actually like primary. They're kind of like a secondary feature. So the question here is like, should we make these ports easier to apply? Should it be easier to make these at the scene graph level, at the graph level for scene map? That is like a little bit, it's hard to do because it doesn't make a lot of sense literally. It makes sense intuitively, but it doesn't make a lot of sense like technically. Because like if I'm just sitting here on some new level, how do I place a port on the level? Like I drop this is technically possible. It's something that Elzac has already figured out, but I think it's weird that like you can go, okay, I'll drag a dot onto my level and then a door will appear somewhere in the level. where this is, where I dropped my mouse. Like, that's weird, because I'm not actually looking at the scene, I'm looking at a PNG. So I dropped a thing onto a PNG, and it's like, now I'm just going to put an object in your level and press save for you so that you can then drag this to somewhere else. But it's what people want to do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I understand why it's confusing. It's not confusing in terms of like, once you understand how it works, but it's not obvious how it works just by looking at it. So the literal thing that you do, which is how I got here, was I'm making my game, right? As I make my game, I need to get between levels. So I make a door system, right? It's like I have this thing, it's called a door. When the player walks into the door, it triggers a scene transition. That door thing, you make a prefab because you make a bunch of doors. All that you're expected to do if you have a project that's live, all you need to do is go to your door prefab. Right. And then on the prefab, place one of these components. Hang on, I'll collapse all these so you can see it. Place a scene link component. That's it. Once you have a scene link component on your existing doors, you will immediately see all of these ports appear when you save the levels, because this can then look inside and say, oh, that's where all your doors are. I'll put ports on them. So the idea is that, like, from a level design perspective, you already know where you want your doors to be because you're doing the level design. So that makes sense. The other use case is, which is not, it's a very rare use case, but it's the one that I think people will find themselves in very often as beginners, is I'm going to make a game. I don't have any doors. I don't have any levels, but I want to use this tool to help me like concept out my world. So like, can I just draw a box and say that's level 1, and level 1 goes to level 2. And then I just draw the box, I draw the ports, I connect them. And then, oh, here we go. Now I have like something. And then I'm going to go into my level and expect there to be like a gray box rectangle and like a placeholder door or something like that. That's the other way to think about it, which is not a particularly like who would expect me to support that? Nobody. If you were building this, you wouldn't want to support that. That doesn't make any sense. But as a user, as someone who's designing a game, yeah, any visual tool you can have to help you like mock stuff up is great, right? Like, of course you would want that. So when I look at like this thing, I've been doing it, right? Just in Figma. I'll sit here and I'll go, oh, okay, level 1 goes level 2. Of course I want to just draw some fun boxes and links between them and, you know, and eventually have that turn into my world map as I flesh out the levels. That's totally like, conceptually, that makes perfect sense from a workflow perspective. From a technical perspective, it feels like a lot of responsibility to give myself as the person who's just creating your map visualizer, but it's what you want to do with it, right? Yeah. Well, the thing is, this is so insanely visual that it inspires you to want to connect them this way. Of course you want to connect them this way. Of course you go, hey, here's level 1. Like, I'm trying to think about a part of my game that doesn't have these doors in it. I mean, as I'm making the levels, I add the doors. So obviously all of mine are going to have these by definition. But if you're making like a brand new game, I guess like, it would be something like this, right? I guess you'd go like, I'm going to create a scene from scratch. And let's just say the scene has, we're going to give it the bare minimum here. A sprite that is a square. And we're going to put a collider 2D on it. And this is my level. It's this. And then another one here that's a bit grayer. Okay, that's my level 1, right? doesn't even have this camera in it, doesn't have anything. I take this and I drop it in. What is expected to show up here, right? That's the first thing. And then, like, maybe we could get something. Hey, Zinc, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome. Stinky, Zinky raid. Hey, Squamatha. Welcome. Sup? I'm working on a Unity tool. What it is it's a world map system for Unity that doesn't currently exist otherwise. I've been working on it for ages, just while I build my game, and I've been showing off some of the features today as we get close to release. So what it is you take all of your levels in your game, and those levels have like doors, and you can link them up, and then they just work in the game when you do that. So you can make like your world maps. You can obviously rearrange them, no problems. You'd be like, okay, this goes to here now. And then you can also add like events. So you could say, oh, this goes to this level, like on game over. Now that's like that. You can also do like platformer style level worlds. So you can take a bunch of levels. You can say, hey, here's my levels, right click, create group. And then you make that group an ordered group. And now this is like level 1, that's level 2, level 3, level 4. So when you are finished with this level, you just say load next, and you'll go to this level, etc. So if you have like Mario Brothers or Celeste or something like that, you could do it this way. But the way I use it is mostly like a Metroidvania style map. So I have all of my, open world places you can go to and connect between them, and that's my game. So yeah, that's what I'm working on. And right now we're trying to think about what a new user experience is like. Hey, thanks for the follow. So like, if you're somebody who has you don't even have a game yet, but you've installed this program, you've installed Unity and you've installed my plugin, what's the best experience that I can give you to help you like flesh out that map before you even have any of the stuff that I have? So like, all of these doors require like, you need to set up a prefab to make these doors work. You need to set up a game object to handle the level bounds. There's a few different things like that. And like here, like this map, it says no preview, right? So what would I have to do to make sure that you can see a preview? For me, I have this thing called level scrolling bounds. Like level bounds. Hello, level scrolling bounds. So I can make this thing. Oh, I literally deleted the things. That's why. Hang on. So like I take this new scene. Let's try again. Make a game object that's just a square, and I place it down wherever, and then I place another one, and this one's sort of gray, and I put a collider 2D on both of them. I take my level scrolling bounds, I go, the left edge goes over here, the right edge goes over here, and that should be enough. In my game, it's enough to show a preview. But I already have this level scrolling bounds camera thing that creates this blue rectangle that then becomes the bounding box for this. So like, I need to sort of introduce you to those concepts as you're getting familiar with the app, so that you just go, oh, okay, I just do. And then eventually you just have what you need. The next one is like ports. How do I show you the ports? For me, again, it requires me to go like, I have this thing called like a level door, and I put that in my scene, and the level door, just the position of the level doors. Hopefully this works. No? Okay. I'll close it and reopen it. There we go. Yay, now we have the ports. So like, I have these level door objects, and that's how I make it work, you know, but how would someone be expected to do that? So I've now got 3 prefabs or 2 prefabs that, you know, are set up in some way that I would want everybody to have to set up their project. So it's not that complicated. Like, it's just a component on the prefabs. And the level bounds as well is just like it's literally called a scene graph bounds script. It's just 2 components that you need to get this set up. But the components, like in this case, this scene graph bounds needs to be served a rectangle. It needs to be told what the rectangle is. Otherwise, how does it know where the edges are? So you sort of have to add this component to a script that you've authored to understand where your level bounds are. And different games will have different criteria for that. You can do just like a geometry check, like what is the bounding box of all of the colliders in the whole level? Is possible. Then, yeah. It's that might be fine for you, but it might not be fine for someone else who's got a different game. Like for my game, you know, some of my levels are fine just by capturing the geometry. Some of them are not. So these previews, like, you know, usually I would want them a little bit tighter than just the geometry, because I might have like a whole bunch of extra wall stuff that's just off to the left. That's nothing. It's just like dead wall space. So I like to manually place my boxes there, but other people might not, depending on what kind of game you got. So for the onboarding, we really just need to be able to take the player or the user through that, and be like, hey, this is how a demo scene is set up. And maybe that's part of the tutorial, is we just show them a demo scene. Or we explain it, or I literally post a video on YouTube and I link the video in the tutorial. I say, watch this video about me setting this up. Because once you're at that point, everything's fine. So what I was saying before was this I guess like consideration that I have. Let's just delete demo graph screenshots, and let's delete demo graph as well. Where did I put it? I don't really need this stuff. So, yeah, a couple of questions is like, how do I make it easy to do the things that I think you'll do the most? What if the video is no longer available? Well, it should be available. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, the UX not working is a big consideration. If I put a video, oh, that's all right. That's huge. Oh, congrats on such a long stream. See you later. Thank you so much for the raid. I really appreciate it. I didn't get to ask what Zinc does on their stream. Looks like they do dev, maybe? Wow, that's an old account too. 2013. Wow. You've been streaming since this was like just in TV. That's insane. Okay. So, yeah, one of the things that I'm quite, as you were rating, the thing that I was considering was this question about when this is so insanely easy to do, how do I not encourage you to just do it all the time? Because if you can do this, why can't you click another one of these, like a little diamond shape, and drag the diamond shape onto the node? That's the thing that I think people want to do. People want to go diamond, drop, and now they've got a door there. And I think even if you haven't set that up yet, if you click it and it doesn't work, but I throw up a UI thing going, hey, let's set up doors, then I think I can teach you the value of a tool before you have it. If I expose the affordance to it, it's like a door handle without a door, right? It's like you start pulling at the door handle, you go, oh, okay. Oh, actually, this is a door, you know? You learn about a feature of something by sort of like bumping into it. So I feel like I need that. And maybe that's the same thing with these things. Like maybe when it says no preview, there's some kind of like icon I can show on here that's like a little camera button. You click the camera button and then it opens up the tutorial at the preview setup. That could be cool. I could even show them as like a little bit red. Yeah. Okay. Let's think about the UX for that, and we'll get on it. Okay. Might still use this. So let's do, what did I just say? Camera, and I said a camera button and a diamond button. So I don't have either of those here. I do have like this. So we can go to the design whip. We can go back here. We can pop this, ooh, baby, right there. And then make this just the white color. Maybe even just detach it. Yeah, literally just like that. And then the other one was the camera button. So I think I might just be okay with, oh God, this field sucks. Guys, please just give me the most basic, or maybe even a picture icon. Dude, I've never seen such bad icons for a camera. I mean, it's like mostly this one. Works pretty well, but I don't need this. I wonder if I could just go like boop, boop. I was sincerely hoping that would work. It might still. what if I do this and this and this and cut it and then paste it? Nope. Okay. I do it myself. Close enough. Do I think a non-pixel art UI over a pixel art game looks off? Not necessarily. It depends on how you do it, really. Dude, I hate this line so bad, but I don't know if there's an easy way to get rid of it. What if I just go doop, doop, doop? Can I just take this and then connect it up to that and have that work? No. It's fine. It's never gonna, no one's gonna know. They're gonna know. How will they know? That's a decent size. Okay. So we go back over to design production, pop these boys over here. Dude, I'm actually losing it. I can't. I know that I should be stronger than this, but I'm not stronger than this. I will literally do it myself. I guess I don't want to do that. Oh, but how do I split that evenly? I guess I could do this, this, that, this, that, that, and then take these two and go up. Perfect. And nobody knew the trouble that I went to. I don't want to know. I like this one better. I've made up my mind. Most of these are 20 by 20 if my memory serves me correctly. 20 by 20. So this needs to also be 20 by 20. But then this isn't 20 by 20. It's 24 by 24. But then that needs to live in the same world as like this guy would be a good example. So it is, I think it is 20 by 20. Okay, so we can just reduce this. Like that. Okay. Yeah, that's good enough. The thickness of these lines is how much? 2? Now it's 2. Really? It's starting to get weird. I don't like it. Oh no. No, it has to be even. 6 by 6. Okay, perfectionism over. That's 2, right? Everything is 2, so we're all good. This has to also be 2. No, I think 3 is okay. Okay, so this is... You have to think about it this way. If I was in a company and this was my job, I'd be putting this much effort in at least. Right? It feels like I'm spending a lot of time, but only because you're watching me do the work. If I was a graphic designer, I'd still be doing the same thing. I'd be sitting here screwing around back and forth. Insignia package, font themes, resources, graph. No, it is resources. I think it's just right there. Oh, camera already exists. Oh, hang on. No. Snapshot. I might. Oh, I already have a camera, but it's for a different thing. It's for 3D scenes. Maybe it should have been like a picture. I don't think that's not gonna fly, that feature. Oh no, because there's a setup for 3D scenes. You can swivel the scene preview inside of the node, and I use like this icon to do that. You can also resize the nodes in any project. This is more for the level bounds, so it should probably be more like like picture. Image, yeah, like this thing. I like to put a little sun in mine. That's my son. That's my boy. Exactly. I'll deal with that. I think it's okay. All right. Cool. So the logic for this would be, let's walk through it. Let's just go back over to you and you. And so we've got this, that, you guys go away. And then I imagine it would be something like at the start, if you can't use these, maybe I make them like this color or some kind of like I don't know, something. Maybe I would even do a tiny little well, they're not disabled so much as they are like they need your attention to do something before you can use them. It's not that you did something bad or that you can't use them. It's like you will be able to use this. And here is the entry point for how you use it. So I kind of actually want to draw your attention to it, which maybe means it should be like yellow. Yeah, it could be just this. Why can't you do all of that automatically? No, there are things that you have to do as the developer of your game to determine what the bounds of the level should be, stuff like that. Hey, Sarah. Does Unity have a blueprint equivalent, or do you have to use C# for everything? There is a system that's called Bolt that was bought by Unity, and I believe it's now called Unity Visual Scripting. I don't know if it's still around. Yeah, it's still around. So yeah, you can use blueprints the same way. Why do Unity games tend to be less demanding than games made in UE5? Unity tends to be less demanding because it has a lower barrier in terms of its okay. An engine is a bunch of what you call libraries, right? They're systems, tools, code that the engine expects for you to use. That's the whole point of an engine, right? Is that you get this value for free when you download the engine. And some of that is like physics, some of it's like level editing, some of it is lighting and environments, textures, that kind of stuff. And so, and some of it's like level construction and that kind of stuff. And the reason why Unreal Hello, testing. There we go. The reason why Unreal tends to be heavier is because the kinds of things that you want to do in an Unreal game as like a cinematic photorealistic engine tends to be a lot heavier. There's just more that it wants to be able to do. So there's more at minimum that it needs to sort of load in with the engine. Unity's pipeline, its lighting system, the runtime, right? The stuff that the game kind of like needs in order to operate is lower because not every game is 3D, for example. You can make a 2D game in Unity. Not every game needs hyper-realistic lighting. You can make a game with very simple lighting in Unity. So it's just designed architecturally with a lower barrier for entry, which means that you can disable more stuff and have it be more lightweight. That's just what it is. Now, that also means that out of the box, it's not as pretty, right? You might need to do more to get the visual fidelity that you get in Unreal Engine. But they're just different kinds of tools. It's like, a giant sledgehammer versus a hammer for driving nails. They're both hammers. They both do a good job. One of them's just for it's more suited for a different task, even if you can use both for both. Disk space is, we're okay. We moved all the files. Let me just keep going, actually. We moved May. Should we move June as well? Look at all this free disk space I'm getting. Boom. So, I guess what I'd expect to have to happen here is maybe when you hover over this, well, let's think about it. I'd want to tell the user, hey, guy, you don't have level bounds set up. Go do that now. Here. Also, you might want to set up your configuration mask, your layer mask here. I'd want to do something like that. Yo, my sleep is good. I've been working very well today. I'm just trying to... we now have pretty much every feature that we need. Mostly working correctly with some bugs. Now I'm just looking back at the kind of like onboarding and see if I can see what that needs to be, whether we can simplify it. So like check where we're at with the event links. So I can do this. We got the on hover, right? I could do this. Nice. I could do this as well and even go from here back to there, and they all play nice with each other. I can click one. I get this. This shows me all of the event names, and this shows me the current event name. If I go over here and name this like on game over. Now, when I click this, I see on event and on game over. I can click that to just turn this into that if I want to do that. Maybe we could do something about not having two duplicates, but anyway, for now, that's just what you can do. On timeout, you know, and I can also do this. Take both of these, make them on timeout. So it's now using the selection rather than current. It doesn't have a current anymore. It's just using because it's graph elements. I can just treat them like they're actually just selected. So, okay, this one can be on game over. This one, I want to be on sword uncovered, you know? Ooh, that should probably be rendered on top. Yeah, they're pretty good. There's some aspects where it's not great. When they're horizontal, they're really good because they just stack vertically. Here, they're pretty good. And then when you delete them, they rearrange nicely too. So, mostly very happy with it. And I think that this is great. The way you can like consolidate them and stuff is really good. You can also delete these too. And the undo stack works now as well. I fixed it. So I wasn't doing the right state. The function for removing on the state, I wasn't calling that. I was just doing it visually. So now it's all right. It's all good. The problem that I have with this whole system now is that it's so insanely easy to add these event connections. We solved it too well that now the setup for the other features is like almost hidden by comparison. So like I'm trying to bring in the other features into this row so that you don't just discover this and start using it everywhere. And I propose that we add a button here to bring in, remember how you prototyped dragging ports onto the node directly? I want the player, the user, to be able to drag one of these straight on. Just go drip. See if that works. Well, we know it works, and we know people want to do it. So I think exposing that feature, even if we don't let you do that, it would be nice to say, hey, like, if you want to see doors on these, this is like the entry point to that. Or like if I start a new graph and I just see this, like, what's my next step? How do I move forward from here? So I think giving people forward options in the UI might relieve some of that pressure on the onboarding for the UX, like, or even the tutorial. Like, maybe the tutorial doesn't need to be so in-depth if they can stumble their way forward. So I want to expose all of the options for connections here, if we can do it, which is just the port node. And then like a preview prompt of like, hey, this doesn't have a preview. This is why, and this is what you do next. It could even be something that happens when you right click this, or just on hover, or yeah. Where do I assign a prefab for a spawnable link? Yeah, that's a big one. So that could either be what you get when you click this. You click this, and instead of this, it shows. So hang on, that's that. It goes. You know, and then some sort of like this isn't right, but just to give you an idea of what I'm thinking. Could have something like this. The concern that I have with this, I mean, let's talk about it. The obvious one is that you can have multiple components in your game with scene links, and you don't need a prefab. So like, it's not actually mandatory that there is a prefab at all. You might want like a library of doors, like 5 or 6 different kinds of prefabs that we've validated have a specific thing in them. And then we go, oh, here's a number of options that you have to pick from. I don't want to do that. What I want to do is maybe assign a default. And that default, like I think the recommended way that we would want a player to do it is we set one prefab that can be varianted to become whatever door. Like, that's what I do in Insignia. I have like one door prefab, and the different doors, all their different appearances, they all live under the one prefab. I don't want to like enforce that, but that's the way that I know works for me. Hey, thanks for the follow. So let's think about it. If not that, if you can't just pick one, because what happens when you do pick one? Let's say I pick one, I drag it in. Now either all my doors look the same, or the look of my doors is different to the physical position of my doors. Like the collider and the scene link need to live on something that's separate from the appearance. I don't think that we should be managing prefab buckets. Like, I don't think we should like, and I think someone who's using this as like a flowchart doesn't want to go click, pick, drag, 17 times. They just want to go drip, 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 and then go into the level and then style them. That's what I would want to do. I would want this to be, because it's actually incredibly easy and straightforward and useful to just do this. Like it's like, oh, that's my game. You know, like it's so it feels powerful to be able to do everything with literally one click. So the question is, can we, like, is there even an equivalent for that we could do with the ports? Could we make some sort of like, do we have to load every scene every single time? Can we make like sort of like a promise? Like you put the port down. Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe it is fine. I just... it's just not how, like, it ought to be. Like, I'm concerned that people won't find... my concern is that the users who actually should be using this, the ports, won't. That's my concern. That the people who should be using it this way don't discover it because it's so easy to use it the other way. So, Mr. MD Rogers, yes, that's how it works. You drop them into the preview. Do we still have that feature, Elzak? Or is that sort of in the backlog somewhere where you could just drop them in? It's on a branch somewhere, wasn't it? Do you imagine folks who are at the stage where they need this tool are already using prefab doors? Well, that's the thing. Some will be, some won't be. For the people who already are using them, it's actually so easy to say, hey, put this component on your door, done. Across the whole game, already you see all your ports. It's like it's like literally drop a component onto a prefab. That's all you have to do. I also think that supporting different ways of doing things, dragging localized links from the graph is challenging both technically and UX-wise. It is, especially for 3D levels. It's like, what? However, I think if the goal is not accuracy, but accessibility, I think we might be able to do something. If all I'm doing at this view is making a promise, I'm just going, hey, there will be something here, around here, right? I just know that this room has 4 exits. If that's all I need to do, and then when I go into the level, I can adjust them and shape them, I think that's fine. And if we can do this without opening the level, I think that's also very good. It's the one use case that I think a competitor tool or just any other graph tool automatically you expect to be able to do that we don't do is being able to say, well, like in graph view, you just have nodes just have ports. You don't have to think about it. The idea that like there's in-ports and out-ports and you just go, okay, well, drag, you know, that's the thing that I think if we don't have ports at all or a way of even creating ports, unless you've done this thing with a prefab or whatever. Yeah. The only thing is, can we do that? is that actually something we can do easily? The promise thing? How do we do that? Like, scene graph is observing the currently open scene even though there's no window open. Right. Well, I think that's totally acceptable. Especially like in the scenario where your thing looks like this. I don't want to stop somebody who just wants to draw boxes from. I mean, we're sort of. I should be very clear. The scope is increasing when we talk about this. The hypothetical scope is increasing. There is something that I think, an ideal future version, maybe not even 1.0, maybe not even 2.0, but in some hypothetical future version of scene graph, it would be really nice for it to behave if it could somehow get to the point where it behaves like this, where you literally just say, hey, here's a box, and that's a level. And also, here's a node, and here's another one, and I want to connect these two. Like, if in some future point we get to something that feels like that, that would be like the killer app. We would never have to. There's no way anyone could ever like this. That's like the ideal, right? So the thing that's stopping us from doing that is that right now everything is backed by actual scenes and assets, right? Like you can't just make a level. You have to make a scene and drop the scene in. But I could see a world where we do it. I mean, in the old version, I used to have an add scene button. And I just made an empty scene in a spot. We still do. I mean, we do have it, add new scene node. But it's, I guess the problem is you got to make an asset and it breaks the flow a little bit. Yeah. Yeah. There's something here about, like, for me, knowing, because I'm midway into my project, for me, it's like, how could you possibly have an add new scene node without a template? Like, it's not worth it for me to do this. For me, of course, I need to be able to choose templates that have a bunch of, pre-built stuff, because all of my scenes need the boilerplate. But for someone who doesn't have anything, or even just as a user of this, like, not having that is like, well, what do I do? Like, I drag scenes in, but yeah, maybe I'm being too, I'm expecting too much from the tool right now. Maybe it doesn't need to do any of that stuff. I think it's just, we're sort of crossing this threshold between like prototyping tool versus actual model of your game. That's really what this is about. Like, and the question is, how much do we need to support that prototyping mindset and workflow? I don't think we have to, certainly. I think even the way we've got it now, it's an incredibly useful tool. I just think that what we currently risk is people not jiving with they don't understand how to get used to it, how to build their workflow currently. So, like, if we let them just make boxes and ports and drag them together and then solve that later, how that maps to their actual game, I think that's cool. But it might be more trouble than it's worth if it's not automatic. So let's go back to this concept of like, okay, like if I could just make a box and the box is a level, What's the minimum amount of thing that needs to happen here? Like maybe there's like, again, spitballing. This isn't like scope that I'm adding. I'm just hypothesizing. You know, maybe you could have a mode where you just go boop, boop, boop. And it's only after you press like commit or sync or whatever, does it then make levels out of that stuff? You know? Like it just goes, you could just do what you want. And when you're ready to commit it, because I think that's one thing that currently we suffer from a little bit, is that some of the operations, like if I accidentally double click a scene, it's like Unity goes, oh, hold on, let me load up that scene. And I can't do anything in the meantime. Like if I double click this accidentally, I'm stuck now. Even if I can't cancel this operation. Double clicking just takes me here. Even if I press cancel, it's still doing this, and then I get taken away and I've got to come back. Same thing with like refreshing. You know, there's like this, some of these options are operations that are heavy. Some of them are not heavy. So there's this thing in my head of like, if we could make it so that you could use it without any of the heavy stuff, and then we just say, hey, you've made there are some unsaved changes. Press this button now to serialize these, to action them. I think that could be pretty cool. I think you could very easily build out like a jam game level of flowchart just by going like doop 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 doop, you know. That's cool. You know, that's I just did it, right? If that was my game now, and then I could just go like you know, we'd all love to be able to do that. Do localized links really feel natural? For me, in this moment, it's more about like in my mind, I'm thinking in terms of like almost like a 9 slice or like I mean, yes, the answer is yes, because I already do it. Like this existed for chapter 4 before there even was a chapter 4. Like I just knew you like go down the hill and then there's like a town, and the town's gonna have like 2 or 3 places coming off it. And then like I just knew the essential relationships cardinally, top, up, down, left, right. I knew like broadly where things were going. So the idea of just being able to say like, yeah, there's like a door in the bottom section of this thing. Those look more like how the event links look. Yeah, because there's the affordance that is given to me lets me only do that. But it's not a categorical thing. Like if I just, for me, this port being here, it's just like I could put it here, I could put it here. As long as it's like on this, in this general area, that's enough for me to know like what I meant when I made it. You know what I mean? Like this, it's like, okay, that one's going to be like over here somewhere. Because it's not that I don't want this. Like, I don't want the event on east exit. That's not what I'm asking for here. I'm just saying like somewhere in my level, there will be a door that goes this way. There could be 2, there could be 5. I don't know how many eventually. But like right now, because I think we think in terms of nodes, like your intuition is right. This is a question of which nodes go to which nodes. But they are, but I don't think there's no like event here. There's no logic. It's not an exclusive connection. I'm not trying to say this is the only link that goes in this direction. And I'm not even really trying to say that this is like east of that. Like I could put this over here, and I think it's partly, this is a creative process. So like you don't even know as the developer what you want. but this helps you figure it out as you're looking at it. So being able to go, oh, yeah, maybe I actually want another port around here somewhere. That could be interesting. And then, oh, you go up the hill and then there's like one here. Like it's that mental visualization that being able to place these anywhere, I think is actually a good thing. Even though there's nothing there yet, it feels like I can, you know, design my little world. And I actually do this all the time in my like working doc. Or another example would be in the back catalog graph. No, not this one. Scratchpad graph. I have these like level chunks, and it's like, well, maybe like for the sake of this level, I actually need like another door over here. You know, I don't have the level design for it yet, but I know there will be a door here because I actually don't think you should be able to get up to this door until after you've done something. So there's like game design constraints that almost appear over the world map that the nodes are subject to, but there's not like, you don't have to have built the whole level to know that, which is what this is. It's like, okay, like I know you'll be able to go from here to here. There'll be a level up here somewhere. So like I'd put a door. I mean, it's for me, it's actually better to be more specific in this context. If the tool asks me to be more specific, I would be able to do a better job of designing it. I'd be able to say, okay, how do I even approach? Let's do it again. This, I just had it like this, right? Long level, and then one on top. So where does the port go in this level? So I know there's going to be one over here somewhere, one over here. Where does the port go in this middle spot to go up? Is it at the top of a level? Like, do you have to climb up to it? Or is it a door that's here on the ground plane that lets you go through there? Like, that's not a bad question that I'm being forced to ask at this point. Like I said, I literally am. The only reason I'm not doing that here is because it doesn't let me do it here. I sort of have to do this. It's more flowcharty, but I would, if I could, I would have that. I would have that extra layer of detail, because it almost then it is a forward step that I've taken that then imposes a constraint on me as the level designer that saves me from having to. It tells me the decision that I have to make and presents me with options rather than creating an empty canvas and saying, make your level. It's like, oh, I'm making a level now with a northwest exit, a southwest exit, and an east exit. Okay, I guess it'll probably look something like this, you know? And I did this in the Unity editor, but you know what I mean. Okay, so I guess I'd probably have a slope up here and then maybe a flat plane to this part here. Then maybe I need like a, flip that. Maybe I need like another layer that's like behind all of this. So like something like this that I can climb up there. Okay, I just learned that I needed that because I wanted this door here. So I don't think it's bad to ask them to. I don't think it's bad to give them the power to place the ports anywhere. I think that's actually a good thing. I would use it for Insignia. The technical challenge from our side is, how we balance, like the promise thing is an interesting challenge. Maybe it's easy, maybe it's hard. Certainly, like we've already got the model of like clicking, holding, and dropping. Yeah. Well, let's think about it. I'm okay. I'm happy to do that. So let's do it. So what needs to happen in order to allow someone to drag and drop a port onto a node. Okay. Oh my gosh. I don't love that. I'm just giving the options. Actually don't know what else we could do. It's kind of hard. If they have a door prefab and there's only one, then instantiate the prefab at the drop position. If they don't have one, choose one. If they don't have any, then either we place an empty game object with a scene link on it. That would be the most reasonable thing to do. But first we'd have to open the scene. Place game object. Save scene. Another option could be something like save a promise for later. So what is this promise? The promise is we store somewhere on the node, we store a link to a port. We store a link. Yeah, I agree. We wouldn't want them to do that. This B is the only version here that I'm actually interested in out of all of the whole thing. On the node, we store a link to a port that doesn't exist. So we only really have a position. Position and an ID. That's all we have. So then next time we go to the level, we draw a gizmo. We show some overlay, a drop down. next time they open the scene, we go, hey, you made a promise here. Basically just we alert the player that they have some ports prepared. I think here is where you pick your prefab. I think this is the thing that I would, in terms of like order of considerations, I love the idea that I go, hey, I make a bunch of nodes, connect them together. Next time I go into this level, click in. Then I go, okay, I'm here. The next thing that I see is like a little overlay or something here that says, hey, add the ports that you got. You know? It's time. And maybe it's not even that. Maybe it's just like 3 and then a little port icon. And then you click it and then it like pings. It like zooms out, shows you 1, 2, 3. And then it's like an option for you to like, you click a button to confirm. And at that point, it's like, okay, what are you putting here? What are you assigning this thing to be? And when you pay up, then it goes away. Then it says, okay, now you've only got 2 things that you have to do here. And then you go over here and you press the second one, you go here, you press the third one. If we weren't making a Unity system, if this was like anything else, you would be editing the levels here. I've seen like LDTK has a great system for this. Animal Well it does this all natively, you know, but the workflow is there. So what we're trying to do is take Unity's very unwieldy asset system and make it as close to this like creating on principle as possible. So I think having a tab is good. I think that's the right thing, because it's only when I'm here looking at my level do I have any kind of idea about like what the door should look like relative to the geometry. I mean, I might not even have geometry at this point if we're using this model where you've just drawn some boxes and put some dots down. It's a great prompt, I think. No, not as an asset sort thing. So I think that it's a really good prompt to say, hey, you got some doors to place, mate. Why don't we place them and get some level design done? That sounds very handy. So, what do we need to do that? We store a position and an ID, and then when do you know, I actually had this system in the old version of Scene Graph before we rebuilt it. I had a way to add ports to nodes, and then I had a game object called Door Manager in every single level, and the Door Manager would rationalize between the IDs that it had that were orphaned versus the doors in the level. But, you know, that's where we have a lot more advantages in this version than that version, but that's how I did it at the time. So we would have some script that's running in the background that's listening for you to be in the level, that is being allowed to invoke a gizmo or a handle or whatever here, and it's storing a position and an ID. And then when we create the thing, we just say, hey, we've resolved this now. This reports to this scene link. No, on scene load, the door manager phoned home to the scriptable object and asked, hey, have I got any changes since the last time the scene was opened? So the scene graph did. I could make changes there, and then the next time door manager got opened, it would go, oh, there's like 3 things in the scene manager, in the scene graph that I don't. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming that we can do it better than I was doing it. I'm just saying that the workflow existed for me to add ports at the graph level. That's all I'm saying. So the next time we go to the level, we alert the player that they have some ports prepared. Once they've satisfied the promise, we confirm that there is now a scene link with the same ID that we had prepared. Now we remove the promise. So, in a way, scene link is it's a class, right? But it's a mono behavior. The scene link has a link data, so it's link data is what I really mean when I say scene link. Pale ask, how do you maintain the same aesthetic on every game asset? It's just time. You have to build a personal style. Most people draw the same way when they draw because they learned to draw a specific way, and so they just have, idiosyncrasies that make them the way that they are, that makes other people different to them. When you're still learning how to do art, you're very inconsistent because you're just following tutorials and stuff. But when you've been doing it a long time, the way you've been, it's like it's like when rain falls down a mountain, eventually it creates a river because it always goes down the same way eventually, and then the river gets deeper. That's what an art style is like. It's like if you just keep making stuff, eventually the way that you like to do it, the way that's easiest for you, the way that you've been doing it becomes deeper and stronger, and then eventually it's just you have a style. So now it's like, does link, it's a struct. Okay, so the component ID is the only thing that we need here to be able to generate as a promise that we don't yet have. It's just, I imagine it's a GUID, but it's not a hash, is it? It is it's a hash code, but we have a component ID. So actually, no, we have the scene, and then the component ID is just a ulong, which is just like a long number, right? So actually, we can create a ulong and the node that it belongs to, and a position that the player dropped the thing onto, and that is enough to do the dots on the nodes. So we can definitely do this, drop this here, say that you've got now a ulong that's yours, and you're at this position relatively in the preview, in the node, and that responds back to this position in the level, roughly, and then when they go into the level, they just create it. And maybe we even let them drag it around or something. The problem is that, or not problem, but the characteristic of this, the challenge is that there is no game object here. I don't think we should make a game object. Because if we give them a game object that has the ulong, if we do that, then they want to put a prefab on it, that's what I'm concerned about. Is like, oh, hang on, you've got it backwards. You've got an object that has the link data, but you want to put a door now that has a prefab that has its own link data inside of it where that thing is. So I would almost certainly want for us to, I expect that we wouldn't actually want for it to be a game object. We just want it to be like a gizmo or something. Like a hand, like a something that's just floating in the level that just goes, hey, something has to go here. Now, how do we do that physically? I guess. Oh, I wonder if we could like drag the game object onto it or something. We might be able to add a button to scene link the behavior, that is promote to prefab. As in substitute it in the moment. So you think, yes, add a game object. You replace empties, but they come up with the promotion ability. Okay. So they get something that looks like this. And this has this. And then we give them a drop down or something. Promote to prefab. Click it, and then it goes bloop, and does a quick swap. Position transform stays the same. Scene link data stays the same. Everything else gets replaced with the prefab. I'm not against it. And it would be, I was thinking it, even though I didn't want to make a game object, it would be cleaner to have an object in the level. It's just that object won't exist until after they load the level. So we'd still need to be able to manage the ports and the links without there being game objects. And then when they go into the level, if they like delete them, we have to be able to make sure we like recreate them or something like that. Or otherwise deleting them deletes them here. Like I don't know how that, I guess once the promise is fulfilled, it's up to them. Okay. Yeah. That is crazy. Okay. So we've pretty much agreed on this already. This? Would we still want, I guess we would still want to set up the prefab system, maybe as a default. Yeah. In a way, this choice, right? Let's just say this is one choice that we have to make. This choice is the same as if you had to make the choice at this level. Like, I don't think we should support prefabs at all if we're going to let you do this, because as soon as we support prefabs at this level, What happens if, like, I don't know which door I want to use here yet, and it's probably not even worth you thinking about it. So maybe we just go with the promises thing for everything. It's not like that's not a second-class citizen version. That's the primary path. The primary path is we don't even need you to set this up anymore. You just get this out of the box. It just works. You just drag it and you're done. Oh, thanks. Yeah. What do you think? Do you think we just go with that as a feature now? Because from the UX, it's I load up the map for the first time. I see this. I drag a scene in. I see this. I click this. I go 1, 2, 3. Make a new level. Drag a new one in. I go, 1, 2, whatever. Join them together. We're done. We don't need to do anything. Prefabs, no prefabs, whatever. And then only later, when you're standing here in the level, for now, I think we force them to drag scenes in. I think that's okay. That's a separate question. We could support that. We could not support that. As up to you whether you think we should try to do that. For now, we're just talking about the scene links as promises. Yep. So we already have the feature. The feature works. The question is, should you be able to create these ports from here inside of the graph rather than inside the level? Because right now they come from the level. You have to go into the scene editor, put a game object that has a scene link in it, and then when you come back here, you'll see this. Whereas I think people want to be able to just drop the ports in and then connect them up. I think that's what people want to do. We saw that in the user testing. So if we give them an avenue to do that, then I think that's pretty good. And I would probably take this away at that point. Now it's just these are all actions. This goes back in the burger menu. Yep. Type it out. You can even send it to me in Discord if you want. I might even send you this if you're interested in it. The thing that I was just typing on. That didn't work. On creating scene link promises, we currently use Unity's given IDs. This is beneficial because if we copy and paste, we get new IDs on validate, and we can always confirm that we have the right ID by checking against it. You're saying at the component level, copying and pasting here, there is an account of which things are real and unique. versus you can't have two things with the same ID because they're based on their component, right? Yep. Yep. Yeah, what I would do to solve that is so you have your, I'm going to draw it out. No. I think we reroute them. So we have like the node has promises. Right? And then in the level, when you satisfy a promise, rather than trying to make the game object own this ID, which obviously we don't like, instead we say, hey, this promise, we're now going to substitute that for the actual ID that comes out of this. That goes in here instead. And then I guess the only other thing is like we would need to either we replace it or we add it. Maybe we don't need to have them be the same thing. Well, it feels like we do need to be the same thing, but the only thing about replacing this means anything that uses this, for example, if this is a port, the other thing that's connected to this, I think the connection is what's serialized, right? A connection, has it just got two IDs? I can check myself. Do we have a connection data? How do we do it? It is the link data. So we have the component ID and the scene. No. Am I confused? The link data is one port. The scene link is two ports. But the scene link is a mono behavior. So how do we track the two ports between two nodes connected? Is it in the graph? Oh, connection. Right. So the connection is a class and it has two link datas. So really we just need to find which connection and just replace that in the connection and we're fine, right? As long as the connection is persistent, we're okay. That seems fine. That seems totally doable. We don't have to cascade and search through the tree and find and replace broken link data IDs. We just say, hey, this connection, which used to have these two IDs, swap one of them out for this one. Seems fine to me. Multiple graphs? You mean the same scene, but multiple graphs? like I'm in this scene and I've got 2 different graphs with 2 different promises. Elzak, I'm starting to think, let's just pause for a second and be smart. Should we make a promise here? A promise. Should we make a rule? 1 map per node. What is the scenario where it's valuable to have 1 node in multiple maps? I don't do it. I don't have any need for that right now. I can't. It's hard for me to think of a context where that would be valuable. It's not out of, I'm sure I could imagine it, but like, I wonder what percentage of projects would need that. 1 level, different maps. I don't think most typical games would have that. Would need more than 1 level per map. Sure, it's useful for us to test, but like, because you know what, this is how I feel about it. I can't see it being practical. Like, even I've got a part in my game where I'm like, oh, maybe in chapter 5 you come back through all the levels and it's different. Yeah, I just don't. Maybe, I mean, the thing is, this is how I feel about it. For Insignia, especially, the way that the levels are connected has too much meaning in it for me to ever want, like, oh, actually, this level goes to that level. Like, I could do it, but it's not valuable for me because the world is a fixed thing. So to change it, like, players don't think that way. It's not intuitive for the player to like play a version of the game where this level actually goes to somewhere over here. Like, it just, that's not how our brains work. In your example, I don't hate it. The idea of like, oh, this is a demo for a platformer. And in your platformer, you've got, you know, okay, these are your demo levels, but in the full game, you get more of them. In the full game, level 1, world 1 has a few extra levels. I could see that, sure. The problem I have with it is just that like any world map related data is now a nightmare because you can't rely on anything being finite or like unique. Anything could exist anywhere twice, and you can't say, oh, this level is located here because it could be located somewhere else in a different version of the map. This level plays this, you know, world 1 music because it's in world 1. It's like, well, it might not be. So you kind of have to have that split. If you split it all the way up there at the map level, you're splitting it multiple times. You're having to check the split multiple times for anywhere that has anything to do with map. For Insignia, not a very good thing. For other games, maybe it's fine. So the question is, yeah, this thing about promises. I don't know. Well, like what I just said here, like this like Mario version thing where you've got like this platformer support. You don't even have ports in that. I didn't even draw any ports. So, you know, maybe there's a heuristic there, or we could say if you are doing it this way, then you can have a node be in different maps, but I don't know. Do you want to scrap multi-graph support in general? It would make a few things easier that kind of have been solved already, but might still be good for future dev. Let me answer that question in a second. Just thinking. I'll be honest, it's been more of an obstacle. It's been more of an obstacle for me than it has been a power. Having multiple maps while working on Insignia has not ever been valuable to me. It's valuable to me to have multiple maps. Like, I've got multiple maps, but actually for me, like, being able to take something from one map to another, like I upgrade. I have this, like, the bench, you know, it's like these are levels, fragments that I'm playing around with. When they're good enough, I'll upgrade them to the map. I'll put them in the map. At that point, it's not valuable to see them here as well, because I'm going to start modifying them and molding them for where they belong in the map. So for me, having multiple maps, yes. Having multiple maps containing the same nodes doesn't offer me any. I don't need it. Is it valuable for users? I doubt it. But if it already works, let's just see if we actually need to throw it out or if we can keep it. So the question is, like, for what we need right now is this promise thing. Because here's the thing. Okay, let's solve this, like, logically, right? Using, like, formal logic. If who owns the ports? That's the question. Who owns the ports? Does the map own the ports, or does the level own the ports? If the level owns the ports, then if I have two different maps, and the two different maps are saying, hey, let's say hypothetically, map A, this is scene whatever. This is the same scene. Map A says, oh, I think we should have a door here. And I think we should have a door here, and that's done. We're finished. A different map says, hey, I think actually we should have, for the same scene, a port here and a port here. Which of these is right? Neither, both, or one of them. If they're both right, then whenever I update this scene, I'm going to see this here and I'm going to see that there. So both of them end up looking like this. You can't have one scene that has different ports for different maps. That doesn't make any sense, because the geometry is what it is. You've put the doors in the level where you've put them. So there's no, you can't meaningfully have a node that's the same level, but it has different, like, exits. So then the only question is, like, when we're doing those promises, do we need to just check every map? It's just weird, like, and maybe that's just the answer. Maybe we just try to keep supporting it. I don't know. It doesn't hurt me that much. Like, if we never do that, sorry, yeah, we just check every map and we just keep all the promises to all the maps. That's it. Yeah. I could form an opinion about this, but I actually don't think that if we already half support it and it's just doing one extra thing to support it the rest of the time, I don't think my opinion is that important. If it works for someone, it works for them. I don't think we need to expose it. And the practical, like the logistical problems that come from trying to have a scene that's in 2 different maps, the user is going to run into those anyway. I don't think we need to solve that either. So let them do it. Multiple promises, sure, from different maps. I guess that's fine. We're already supporting all that. So as long as it's not like a critical thing that stops us from doing it, then we just do it. Okay. Should we quickly do like a budget on this? Like, let's think about the end point. I need to stop working on this soon. I think what's here is pretty good. I think this thing makes it better. And I think that the closer we get to finishing it, the more I think it's worth the money that we would want to charge for it. But I wouldn't want to spend another 3 weeks on this feature. If this feature saves me time with the onboarding, even better. But I can't do the onboarding until I know what features we have. So if we think this is going to drastically make the thing easier to use, we should do it. And we should try to just do it right now, like as soon as possible. So that's what I think. If we want to do it, otherwise, I think we're almost close to shipping. It's just the only reason I'm dropping these in here is because there are onboarding questions that I am considering answering here. But the onboarding is where I'm up to basically. Otherwise, and so it's really just. Keep forgetting where I am. So they can bring scenes in. It's the previews. I guess we would go again similar to the event links where I would do an Argo first draft implementation. Yep. And I think this doesn't even need, like, literally the UX for this is just, there's already this, I can just like right now put the entry point for this button. It's literally just you click and drag and you drop it. And then in the scene, we have the promises thing. I don't think, does that support UI Toolkit in the scene editor? I don't know if we would need that to be pretty, but happy for you to do a full Argo version. 100%. I thought that worked really well actually for the event links. That was like, I don't know if that was easy for you, but turning it into something where I just was like, okay, this is what we have. Now I need to make it pretty. And it was very, it was good for me. So. That's pretty good. The UX took me more than that, but yeah. The only other thing I would say is important for me is I'd like for us to do maybe you could show me how we use the groups. Like how to use the on level complete or whatever how on next or whatever it is. I think you mentioned what the entry point was. I guess I could look through it myself, but I haven't done that mentally yet. I haven't checked that off. So I need to do that just to know how this works so I can test it, confirm it, write documentation about it. And then the same thing with the event links. I know they work, but I need to just sort of like validate that they do work. Yeah, I haven't checked the runtime side. Yeah, exactly. I imagine it's all straightforward. It's a gray spot in my brain that I haven't covered yet. And then I mean, back to here. Like, do we need to make this better? Did I see obsession? I did see it. Let me just read this from scratch and see if I understand what I'm looking at. Edit a theme. Cool. Would like to see the colors, but it's okay. Project style. 2D, Ortho 3D, 3D. Yeah, that's fine. Default graph. Sure. Max editor zoom. Not sure what that does yet. I mean, I know what it means, but like I don't know if I would know intuitively what it meant. On hover, these would be nice. Like if there's some sort of tooltip I can give for these, that would be cool. Auto save, yeah, that makes sense. Auto size. I don't think auto size is what this should be called. Let me just commit what I've got and then I'll work on that. Hang on. Yeah, that sounds great. I mean, sounds amazing. I just need to... I think I need like a crappy project, like a jam style project that I do in like an afternoon that just lets me use this as a first time user. I think before we ship, I really need to spend one afternoon setting up a project from scratch, bumping into the same problems that someone who has no idea how to use this would bump into. I don't have that empathy yet because I haven't done it. And I don't feel comfortable in what we've built until I've tried that, I think. Maybe we do that soon. Yeah. It could even just be like the most basic puzzle game. Like it doesn't have to be anything. It's just something I would build in an afternoon. Okay. So let me write down some of these things. I might even just take a screenshot. So auto size should be something like fixed size, or like use scale by world size. Use world size. If I said use world size under node view settings, what do you think that would mean, chat? What do you think that means? Fit? That's not a bad guess. Can anyone else guess in their own words, what they think this means? Like what would toggling this on do? I don't mind. Match is actually a good alternative. Yeah, auto size I don't like. So what it is it's yeah, the tool, it's the setting itself, what it does is it makes it so that you cannot you cannot scale these up or down, because the size is based on how big they are in the actual world. But if you wanted, you could do a graph where you could just scale these to be whatever size you want. So, like, I could turn it off, and then I can literally, we do have scaling already. Scale and rotate. I don't know what this will do in my 2D project, but you can scale it already. And you can see it's actually running live in the preview right now. But for Insignia, like, I don't want to do that. Ooh, what do we do now? How do I guess I just rebuild it. Yeah. Wasn't it wider? I can't remember. So yeah, that's what it does is like the thing that is auto size. Yeah. Fix. Match world size is really good, yeah. And then maybe this is just called scale. Oh, this was pixels per unit before. So it's like, even scale factor is probably okay. Dimensions is pretty good too. Match scene dimensions. It could also just be like fixed size. I like match scene dimensions I like match scene dimensions. Fixed makes it sound like you could set it to whatever you want, but then it can't be changed after that, or like it's locked. I don't think it's locked. I think it's, what did I just say? Match. I like match. Match is good. Match is like there is a thing that's accurate. Pick that. And then this is just like scale factor. The problem I have with scale factor is it doesn't tell you what units you're in. So you don't know what, like if you pick that 100, what happens? Like I've got mine set to 40. It's I mean, it's world units per pixel is actually what it is. You don't like match? How could you not? Match it to the scene dimensions. Node view settings. Match scene dimensions. Match to scene dimensions? Is that what you prefer? Match to scene dimensions? Match to world? Or like absolute size? Yeah, real size. Could be absolute. True size. I think maybe like absolute dimension, domain expansion, absolute dimension. Nobody but Satoru Gojo can do that. Okay. Can we have it so that when you like it almost feels like what it should be is you want to know what's on the other side of the checkbox. It's like fixed scale, like world scale, and then like custom scale, like resizable, you know? Fixed to world, resizable. You know, you almost want to see it like this makes way more sense for what we're actually asking the person to choose between. I don't know how we would show this. Oh, it could be a drop down instead. So that they understand like what they're choosing between. Because I think as soon as you see resizable next to fixed to world, it's like, oh, I see. Like, I'm choosing. If I choose this, I can't have that. And so, I can resize it or I can make it fixed to the world. That's really what we're asking them to understand. So let's do that. I might as well just do that. I don't know how to do this. Yeah. Is it drop down? Is it? It's like context menu. What is it called? It would be somewhere else, right? We've got preview filter mode. Hang on. Enum pop up. Ah, but it's not an enum. It's like an enum pop up. Should we make it an enum? I don't know if there would be some third option. No? Okay, we just force it. You can construct a menu, right, out of a Boolean. Like we could just make custom options. Pop up. Yeah, this is what I did already. Yay. That was easy. Maybe I don't need that at all. Yeah, cool. Thanks, Ashcon. Okay, so let's go read again. Scene map settings, editor theme, velvet, project style is 2D, default graph, max editor zoom. Still don't, I mean, I imagine a small number gets me closer. I don't know. This one, it's tough. But what else can you do? Auto saves fine. Node view settings, size mode, fixed to world size, resizable. That's good. I think that makes sense to me. Scale factor 40. Again, I don't know what this means, but I think a hover tooltip would be nice for these. Background color, okay. Snapshot pixels per unit. Okay. Yep. I understand what that is. Preview mode, yep. Filter. And then this filter is hard. Because we're using the word filter right after filter mode. No, because there's a difference between this pixels per unit is how many pixels are in the preview. This is how many units per graph view pixel, which I'm not sure that being clear about what that number means is even worth it. It's a different thing. Like, this is like, if you double this, it gets twice as big. It doesn't get twice as granular. It's like how many, it's actually not even pixels. It's world units. Yeah, sorry, world units per grid scale. I mean, we could write that. World units per grid or something. So right now I've got that set to 40. It might not actually be world units per grid. I have to remember how that works. Yeah, we could do a slider if you want. I just don't know what people will do in their projects. That's the only thing. The point of it is really, it's mostly about saying, hey, for your average level, how big should the preview be relative to the Chrome of the node? That's all this is about. Like, mine are okay, but maybe I would have liked it better. Like, it's really like, it's not just the Chrome, it's also the UI in general. Like, how big should a port be? For me, this actually feels pretty good now. I made them smaller than they were before. As in, the previews are smaller, which makes the nodes are chunkier and the ports chunkier. You know, you can imagine if this was a 10th of its size, or like this was 10 times as big, this port would be like really small on the thing. Some people's games, it might be more important to do it that way. You know, I don't know what works for them. And that's different to how many pixels are in the preview. Okay. So preview filter mode, so filter. This is like snapshot mask. I think we could just say pixels per unit and filter mode. Snapshot, pixels per unit. Snapshot, filter mode. Mask settings. Maybe visibility. Camera mask. Or is it, this is for boundaries, isn't it? Well, the thing is, I don't like to use the word in the heading for each of the settings. I feel like that's redundant. Like node view settings, I don't want to say node size mode because it's already, we already know we're in the node view. Just using fewer words if I can. So like snapshot settings, pixels per unit. You know? I actually prefer screenshot to snapshot, but we've been using snapshot. Or even just preview. But this is all like, we only have to say it once for the whole heading. So rendering and then bounds. And then sorting layer rendering, sorting layer bounds. So maybe, should we have them together? The renderings and the bounces? They feel like two separate mental exercises. Yeah. Auto framing above the bounds. Can we add a separate heading here? Oh yeah, I'll just do that. Can I ask, why do we have... Why are they separate? Is my brain broken? Why isn't what's rendered and what's included in bounds the same thing? Wait, why do we use... Oh, I'm confused. Oh, because of 3D. 3D uses... If it's sprite-based, sorting layers is everything. In my brain, it's like layers is what I would use for the bounds. Sorting layers is what I would use for the visibility. But it's not really like that here. It's like a different thing altogether. I don't even know what this is. I know what it is. I don't know how to describe what it is. It's like the things that we use to capture the extents. Like. Yeah. Wait, physics layers aren't, these are physics layers, right? That's what I call them. These? How are these layers not physics? Game object layers? I never heard of game object layers. Like when you do the physics matrix, the collision matrix, it's this stuff. Sorting. Oh, those are sorting layers. Hang on. These ones. The 32 things are the physics. I mean, we can call them. What would you call them? I guess we'll just call them layers. That's what they call them. Maybe we don't need to put this in a fold out. Maybe it's not that worthwhile. Nah. Bring it back. Honestly, I think this might be one of the biggest risk points in the app right now. I think this is one of the most confusing and least visible and least intuitive and least like understandable things in the whole app. This thing that I was drawing way back when we started reviewing this, of like, we should just show them this and let them toggle the things. It's like, I don't know. I feel bad changing these. I feel scared of them, and I feel bad for people who have to change them for their app. It's perfectly adequate as like a literal selection, but the user experience of this is bad. It's scary. Like, I don't know what mixed means, and then I look at this and I'm in this like thing that's like it's an environment where if I click away or if I click something, it changes, and then I can't remember what I changed. I hate that. And I'm guessing. I don't know what these do. I don't know how changing one of these is going to fix or change the preview. That's what sucks. There's nothing. It's like closing your eyes and walking on a footpath next to a road. You know? It's like you have to walk forward now, but you can't see anything. You're not allowed to look. I know, but I can't, my brain can't, like, it's not wrong. It's like legally defensible, but it's not easy to use anyway. I have all the information I need except for the information that I want. Right? It's like, I want to see what happens. What I would want is something like this. Literally this. I was just about to draw this. I just want to be able to go click, 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 and then see this go boop, 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 boop. That's what I would want to do. I'd want to go, yep, 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 yep. And then watch the backgrounds pop in and disappear until I got the layers I want. And then I go, yep, that's good. Close. It's like it's its own little modal place that I'd want to see. I know that's not. Yeah, I know. I'm not arguing with you. I'm just expressing my thoughts out loud. I think my concern with this, the only thing I don't like about it is that it doesn't, like, it's a setting 100%. But here is not the place to set it, and I don't know where would be a better place. We're creating a new space to edit this, and I don't know what that space looks like. I don't know what. Like, do you know what? Maybe it belongs like out here. Maybe you have to go to a node and do it, and then you can toggle it in the node edit. Like if I'm someone brand new to the app and I come over here and this is all I've got and it says no preview, and I'm over here and I click this, yeah, you press the little snapshot thing, you press customize node, and then this would be like, maybe you would have a toggle for like apply to all or something like that. Yeah, I could see that. Another inspector. You just pick one and then you press the button and then you're shown the inspector and then you play until you get what you want and then you press OK. And next to that OK is save for all or apply to all or use for all. Yeah, I did a lot of modifying on the inspector. I don't know if it's going to work the same way. That's all. The inspector is very event links focused right now. I mean, there's still only one of them, but like it's not an, yeah, I did something that you won't like. Particularly what I did was this is all, you had previously used an IMG UI container, and so you could just IMG UI whatever you wanted, but this is obviously all custom now. So like everything below the heading is, well, all of it. Like we would need to like invoke the inspector with a different contents or something. We can still call it one inspector, but like, you know, all of the UI is for this is, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, we could do that. But then what's the difference between, oh, you're saying because I noticed, sorry, we might be talking about like the same difference here, but because this is an inspector panel, is that what you're saying? Like there's only one of these, the same way there's only one toolbar. So if the idea is to just like clear it and then just add visual element for like everything that's inside of this thing, then yeah, sure. Yeah, 100%, that's fine. Maybe it's just everything up to the header or something like that. Like literally just the window with the X. I could see that. It's just that right now, like everything in the script, like all of this is event labels based. So we would have to like take all of the contents basically in a class called event inspector contents or something like that. And I made a change to how it handles selections. So previously you had current, and current was like the thing that you were selecting, and we were assigning and unassigning current based on what you clicked on. Now I just use graph view to do that. So it's just saying, hey, like what's selected right now in graph view. I think we still do it. It's just like, it might not be worth doing. Like, I'm happy with all of the functionality that we have for events. I think it looks great. We could still keep the Chrome, like the heading and the X, and then just replace the internals. But then all of the behavior that the internals use, we'd have to move to another class and then invoke that. I'm fine with that too. This is not a big deal. We don't have to make a decision about it. It's whatever. You do it whatever way you want to do it, and I'll style it the way that I want to style it, as long as we have to do both things, right? Like if we were filling this, if we were building this thing out, we'd still have to supply some sort of UI to do this. And that would have to live in a class, which would be in a separate place to the event stuff. So same really. Okay, so I would love to, I feel like if we can eliminate the user's trip to the settings panel and they can learn how to use the app inside of the graph, oh, we win. We win at that point. We don't even need a tutorial. Like if they just show up and the only thing we tell them to do is just drop a node in there, and then when they hover, they see all the things they can do, and by just clicking them, they learn how to do them. That means we don't need to sit. We don't even need like tutorial videos at that point. I'd still make one, but like if it's just like you monkey see, monkey do, you know, it's just like, oh, what does this do? Oh, okay, that does that. What does this do? Oh, okay, cool. I just drag that. What does this do? You know, that's how I like to learn. That's how I like to do it. Okay. So actually, this literally is the inspector. I've designed it right here. It's right there. Yeah, we're so close. We're so close. So you click this. And then this gets the X, which... I love doing UI in Figma. I'm so like, it makes me so happy because I think the tools work so well. I just feel like I just think what I want and then I just get it. So I don't even know if we need these. I mean, it might be helpful if we can actually scale the thing in real time. That would be great. And we'd only have to do this. Oh yeah, look at that. Apply changes to entire map on save. Let's have a think. I don't think we should support settings that are just for one node at a time. Ever. I think all the settings should apply to all the nodes. So it's not an option. It should be like, maybe we just have a little bit of description that says like, camera angle. Yeah, okay, fair enough. That's true. Well, actually, okay. I had this as being two separate features, but maybe it's the one feature. When you... This is a good point. Right now, I have like, I think it's this button. I put that there. When you click that, then you get to rotate it and scale it. And this thing I'm describing right now is neither of those things, but it is modifying the thing. And previously I actually had created a little camera icon for this, and then I realized it was too close to this one because they were both called camera. And I was like, oh, no, this is for the snapshot preview. This is like a stub to alert you to the fact that you haven't set up your preview settings or whatever, because it was on a node that had no preview. But maybe they just belong together. Maybe it's just this. Let me think about it. I don't see a reason why not. And you know what? It would be great because it would mean we get to remove the apply. I mean, for the user, it might not be very different. For the user, it's I'm not seeing what I want to see in here. Let me change it so I can see it. I'm just thinking, like, for a 3D scene, yes, this button makes, like, right now, depending on how you've got your scene configured, you might not get to rotate it at all or scale it at all when you want to fix the preview. Like in my setup, I don't get scaling and I don't get rotation, but I still want to change what I see. So are they different buttons? Like, would you, in a 3D scene, do you want to see that? This isn't about a node being out of date. Oh, we're getting confused. We're talking about different things. This is not about, this is for assigning this. It's not a notification. It's actually a prompt to set up the graph. It's not out of date. It's like you are seeing this, and maybe the reason why you're seeing this is because you haven't done this yet. So let's get you set up. Maybe that's not a typical, I don't really know what the null state is when you load up for the first time, whether that's what happens, but in the previews, I actually just think this could even be something like, okay, you agree. Okay, good. Okay, so we agree that they should be the one thing then. All I'm saying is like, there is a point in our onboarding where we like, even in the current one, we tell them like, hey, like go do this. But it might be nice. I've been thinking over the last few months, if there are some features, or even this week, if there are some features that are really discoverable because they're in your face, why can't we make some of the other features in your face until you've like configured them? So before you've configured these things, I show you the thing and you click it, and then it says, hey, I don't know how to, you have to configure this to use it. But now we're at the point where we don't have to show that message. We just have to show them we just have to open the pop-up, and then they can do it. So we're like, and even this, we worked out that we don't even need this to be like, there's no state of like not set up and set up. Today we worked out you could just drop it on there. So if I can make these just look, I mean, if this was just white and it just looks like that, and then this can go back down there, and this is just here. And maybe like, I don't know, after the first time this goes away or something. I don't know. I just feel like it'd be good to Or the alternative would be like you put this in like a... Forgive me here, this is a bit weird, but I was thinking about it. You know, something that just is docked until they do it once. We could even have like a couple. I don't think we need to do that anymore. But all I'm saying is, as a point of discoverability, it might be valuable to expose some of this stuff higher up, because people are just going to look at the graph and figure out what to do. So yeah, that's all I'm saying. I don't know which one you find more appealing. We could also put like the angle that like, in fact, you know what? We kind of could, we might even be able to remove that gizmo altogether, the 3D sphere thing, the cube. We might be able to remove this altogether. Without doing anything fancy. If we just have like Are these angles? Does this only go up to 180 or something like that? Or 360? Okay. See ya. So maybe that's where this works. Maybe this is where this lives. Okay. And you know what? At a certain point, we could put a gear here. If we really wanted to get to it. But I think it's... because I think this and this get competitive at a certain point. We never want to have to reload it. They both could really be both. They could both really be in the menu as well. In like a menu underneath this. After you click the burger. Okay. Okay. So then what's left for me to do? I wanted to move ping scene asset out. An in-depth review of Obsession? Did I? Did you? I heard you say, I heard you ask me if I had seen it. I thought it was okay. I'm not huge into horror. I thought it was good. I saw it with some friends and my wife, and it didn't like change my world, but I thought it was effective. My favorite scene was the phone call scene where he calls the tech support guy. Yeah, I think that's cool. Hey, Dithron. Remove from build, get node menu commands. If it's not a fixed unit sized, scale and rotate. I mean, I could take all of these and put them in here. That's why I didn't do it. Oh, I could have still done it. Okay. So the answer here would be this would just go away. And then this needs to be called setup preview. Hey, Disron. And then that's a completely different icon at that point. Maybe we use the photo icon. I'm doing well. What did I call this thing? Snapshot. What? Excuse me? Here's Johnny. I feel like that refresh doesn't actually do anything. Sometimes. Yeah, that time it did it, but after I pressed it. Nice. Cool. That's way, 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 way clearer. We could do the same thing as we did with this guy, where we do this. There you go. For those of you who haven't been paying too much attention, because I need for you to have not seen what I just did. Can you tell what these do? Either of them? Oh. The two on the right. Not super obvious. Okay. Could you just guess? If you had to guess what they did? Dude, I just figured out your name is tech support. I'm so stupid. Cool. So what do you think happens when you click them? Yep. Yeah, you guys got it. You pretty much got it. If you came here and you were making a new level, not a new level, but a new, you're making a thing in your game. You're making a graph, and you're just here, and you've got like a couple of boxes maybe. You hover, you see these two. If you wanted to connect them, did either of them tell you what you want to do? Yeah, you're pretty close. You're almost there, all of you. So like this one will allow you to drop a port onto anywhere in the node, like a little thing that then you can link to another port. And this one is an event, so it just goes to that level on an event. I just realized something that's really bad. Oh, damn. This needs to be able to be dropped on a port. Damn. Because like you go here and then what? Even, and you know what? Even this. Like when I finish this level, I go to this level, but like, should I be able to specify where in the level you go? Like this isn't it's not a great example. If this was Mario Brothers, it wouldn't matter. You would just have a spawn point and it's the spawn point. But for the others, I think it is important. For these, it's like, okay, you go there and where do you end up? I think there should be a port. Or, I don't know, maybe you figure out the spawn point based on, I don't know, that's tough. Yes. That's exactly right. That's exactly what it is. I mean, I think it's okay that you can drop them anywhere, but I think you should be able to also drop them onto a specific port like this. Like you should be able to drop that there. So when you do this event, it goes to this. Are you coming up with these features without using them in Insignia for a real flow? So I am using them. This is Insignia. But we had a user testing feedback session where users suggested other features that I don't need, but they need. So the other features we're also implementing as well. So the ones that I use all the time, obviously, I use them, and so I built them according to my needs. Some of these things are built more according to what logically makes sense given the existing features or what people ask for directly. How were you organizing these flows before? I don't. My game's a Metroidvania, so it's just literally, you know, what the heck? That's weird. What happened to this scene? Okay, that looks okay, but this looks really bare. Oh, okay, that's why. So weird. Yeah, so they're just ports. They're just doors in the game that then get found by the graph that then you can drag between each other door, like the other doors. That's how you do it. This is for platformers that are level based, like level 1, level 2, level 3. This, I don't have these. I don't really need them. They're for people who are like, The reason why this exists is because there are some people who have games where you don't control a player avatar and you don't go between levels by walking through doors. You go between levels when a condition is met. So actually, for those people, it's fine because it's like there is no position. You just go there. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Yeah. Hypothetically, yes, like on quest complete, go to this area. The thing is, what I need to be really careful of, and this is my experience telling me this, not just my thoughts. This is not suitable for general level flow. This is not suitable for like story that changes as the game plays. Like, oh, after this quest, go here. Because most of the time, the quest data is not spatial this way. It's not a fixed thing. Like, for example, I have in Insignia a quest where when you finish this cutscene, you go to here. But that's like so context dependent. It's like, it's the cutscene that takes you here, not a condition on the map. Like maybe if it was like in Animal Well, the plumbing, you know, it's like, oh, when you go through, well, even that is like, it's this, maybe it's like, what's a good example of an event? It's like not on game over, because you'd want like all of these to be like on game over, go here. But it would be something like, if the game was very linear, like the levels you go to, if it was like an actual flow diagram, you know, maybe it was like, okay, this level, there's a choice. You stand at the two doors. This, you would say, that's door one. And then you would say, this is if they chose door two. So that works, you know? And it's like a text choice. They didn't like walk through a door. It was like a what do you call it game? A visual novel, you know? This is fine for that. Because the scenes themselves are like these, like, it's almost like there's no spatial aspect to it. It's just, you're just moving through. So I could see that being something. If there's no like traversal, the event links make perfect sense. Maybe for, yeah, a Mario Brothers thing, you could do like warp pipe to here. But even then, like you would do it spatially, right? You would say, this is the warp pipe goes to there. Like, it's like playing the whistle in Mario Brothers 3. Like, whistle goes to here. Or something. I don't even... Yeah, this could be like the level select screen. But even then, you wouldn't put that on the level. You'd put it on a condition that's global, which this is something that we don't have, which I think we might have to add. Is we talked about this, I think, yesterday. Something that looks like this. It's just that. It's just... Oh, that's pretty dumb. Let's try this again. Literally this. And that's it. Hey, Nate. I think that's interesting. So I think the answer here is that this needs to be able to be dropped on either a node or a port, either one. Okay. All right, guys, I'm going to go. Hello. Okay. What do I think? I don't know. I think I'm tired. So on return to menu, and then also I need to make sure that that's possible. Okay. I gotta go. We're getting so close. I'm very tired though. Let's raid Mercenary Mage. It is going to be for sale. Yeah. Can you create scenes from the map? Yeah, you can. It's a little clunky, but you can do it. You literally just go add scene node and then you can create a new scene. You have to pick where it goes. Okay. I'd like to be able to name it directly here, just have it appear, but all right. Thanks, everybody. I will catch you all very soon. Thanks for supporting me through this. I really appreciate you. And I'll catch you all tomorrow. Wishlist Insignia to support the stream and support what I do. I will see you all tomorrow. Like I said, have fun. Have a good night. As always, I've been Adam. You've been the Pixel Pals. This has been the Indie Tales Game Dev live stream. Until next time.